Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Let me unmute the game in as smooth a way as I can. Okay, today we are going to be having a look at Astro Colony. As always with these sort of things, we will look at multi-mod support first, but quickly. By my understanding, this game is basically a colony sim cum factory builder. It was out in early access about 3 years ago, which is probably when it got added to my wish list, but on Tuesday I noticed in my emails I was being informed that it had been released, so we are looking at it today. But yes, multi-monitor support is not great. We can fix most of it, or the important bit, but the rendering here is stopping dead at the 16:9. If we go to the settings, we can see that it has a very fixed resolution list, and our resolution is not in here. I think that is a 21:9 aspect ratio. Sorry, no, a 32:9 aspect ratio. Could that be? They've definitely got 21:9. Okay, I think they do have 32:9 aspect ratios in here as well, but it's a fixed list resolution, so it's not picked up for ours. Leaving it on Windowed Fullscreen does allow it to work correctly, so if you're running on a multi-monitor system, just don't touch the resolution settings. But yes, otherwise, the game is vertical minus by default because it runs on UE Engine 4. Now, the standard fixes for this didn't work, but it's going to give you the opportunity to show you what we mean by vertical minus, and it'll do it actually quite cleanly. So if I quickly start a sandbox game, then because the in-game cutscenes are all pillar-boxed and restricted to 16:9, then these are all scaled correctly. So I'm going to leave it on the center monitor for now, and we're going to skip this first bit of the cutscene. And this second bit is more important. This is in-game cutscene. And in a second, it's going to swap to in-game there. That's why vertical minus is a problem. It's taken basically everything you just saw, chopped off the top 1/3 and bottom 1/3, and then stretched it out to fill all 3 screens. Playing a first-person game with this kind of field of view is unplayable. You have basically no field of view whatsoever. If you are sensitive at all to what's it called? Motion sickness due to low FOVs, then this is going to be nauseating for you. Thankfully, it is fixable. There are details in the video description, but the standard fix for Unreal Engine 4 games did not work, and that is to add the AspectRatioConstraint flag. I also couldn't get Unreal Engine Unlocker to work. I couldn't get UE4SS to work, but thankfully, the game does have a field of view slider. That field of view slider, however, only goes up to 120, which is nowhere near enough. In order to get a correct field of view from the game's base to 48:9, which is the aspect ratio I'm playing at, we actually need a field of view of 148. Thankfully, if we modify the configuration files, the game user settings.ini files, again, details in the YouTube description, then the game doesn't actually check that limit when it loads. I don't know whether or not it says in the menu that that's what we're running at. Let's have a look. There's the field of view. No, it still says capped at that here. But if we run the game now, then the field of view is now more or less correct. It's probably out by a point of something, but that is how you fix the field of view in this game. Okay, now let's actually give this game a try, because as I said, the only thing I know about it was the general concept of it when it came out in early access. I have not touched it. I leave it blank. I assume we get a random seed, tutorial bot. The default mode of the game, cosmic events, Steam achievements. Okay. So yeah, the only thing I know about this game is that it was kind of billed as a colony build or colony sim factory game, and that's basically the long and short of what I know about it. So yeah, again, in-game cutscenes are limited to 16:9. They are at least scaled correctly. Our character is apparently an absolutely terrible runner. Everyone else runs faster than them. Astronaut, are you alright? I'm not sure what happened, but our station is gone. Right, UI is spanned, but it does all look scaled correct. Not sure what happened, but our station is gone. That is way too fast. Controls, gameplay, individual mouse sensitivities. I think this was circular. Feels circular to me. This might bugger up with the field of view, having to modify these, so we may have to restart the game once we figure it out. If we bring it down to 50... there's also something else I wanted to change. Fly up, down. What is left alt currently bound to? So I'd have control. Nothing. It is a modifier though. Control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see if it will allow me to rebind down to control, because I am much more familiar with fly down being control. Remove control right mouse button. We'll have to see how much this becomes a problem. It's probably only going to become a problem if we are airborne. Okay. Save settings. Resume. That did break the field of view. In fact, I think this field of view has gone back down to 100 rather than what it's set here. Okay, now. That feels better. Let's get the field of view fixed again. Can't skip this bit. Okay. Astronaut, are you right? Not sure what's happened, but our station is gone. You need to clean this mess if you want to survive. Quickly remove broken devices. WSD. Yeah, that's fine. Send, descend, and then control right mouse button to remove broken devices. I assume this thing? You picked up a broken oxygen refiller. Luckily, I know how to repair it. Done. Looks like new. Now place it somewhere. Place the oxygen refiller. Let's rotate. Now let's deal with the basic needs of breathing. You may have noticed that your oxygen level has dropped slightly since the first task. Checking the oxygen meter in the bottom right hand corner. Okay, that's the bar. When it reaches 0, your body will get injured and will result in cause death, and will result causing death. When the level reaches 0, your body will get injured and will result causing death. That's not good English. It is therefore extremely important to refill oxygen as often as possible. Use ice inside the oxygen refiller is the quickest way to refill it. Luckily, there are many asteroids floating around. Extract ice. What? Okay, we can just hold space to cancel out us descending down. That. I think we need to cancel. There we go. Hold the mouse button. Hurry up and interact with the device to refill the oxygen tanks. Do it now every time you need more oxygen. Use ice to refill oxygen. To expand the station, you need basic resources, such as iron and copper. Look around at and find floating asteroids. Okay, I think we will... please don't mess this up. Can we make that alt right? No. I'm not actually pressing control, I just press right mouse button and it goes control right mouse button. Now, how do I add the control back? And now that's worked. That is extraordinarily inconsistent. Rotate left. Shift. R. Okay, I think it's assigning the key when you press or when you release the second button. So if I'm releasing both buttons simultaneously, it's not registering the change, I think. Gravity boots. Shift F1. Previous variance shift. What is shift bound to? Left shift is turbo. Does turbo do anything? Please don't mess up the field of view. God damn you. Okay. Shift is turbo. I was kind of hoping it wouldn't do anything until I was pressing the movement key. We'll have to see what happens when we actually get it. We may have to change it to Alt. Okay. Now it's time to turn the materials into something more sophisticated. Open your inventory with Tab. Items are made each time the crafting button is pressed. Select multiples of 1, 5, or 25. Save game, because we need to fix field of view again. Apologies, can't be helped if the game doesn't properly support things. That is way too high. Did I add an extra letter? Or did it suddenly decide that it actually wanted to pay attention to aspect ratio constraint? Because I think that value's still set somewhere. But this is now way too high. What the hell happened there? Yeah, it's almost certainly now paying attention to the aspect ratio constraint value, which it hadn't done at any point up until this point. Does that mean... Oh, I know what that means. I should remove the value one way or another, but basically the pre-rendered cut or the in-game cutscenes are overriding the aspect ratio constraint value, which means that setting it and then starting a new game will result in the aspect ratio being wrong. I imagine if any in-game cutscenes happen while I'm playing, it will also break the field of view. So we still need to be using the field of view value rather than aspect ratio constraint, because otherwise it's just going to break periodically whenever there's a cutscene. But we need to remove the aspect ratio constraint setting that I left in the engine file. This is what we get for not testing beforehand, but then you get to see us bug fix things. How to figure this stuff out. There we go. Okay. Can I not queue up? No, we can't queue up. You've made it. Keep advancing and I'll tell you more. What do you mean by advancing? What do you mean by keep advancing? That is very nondescript. Just collect more resources? That looks like more like carbon. It's a carbon? Yeah. Oh, we can actually mine from one hell of a distance away. I assume it will craft in the background, though. It will craft in the background. Construction, floors, walls, utility devices, another oxygen refiller. Can't make storage containers. I get the feeling it skipped over something. To make the mouse click, press tilde. Bunch of those buttons right there in the top right, along with their shortcut keys. Resource bar shows the states available resource for construction. Press the bar to decide which resources are shown there. You can redefine slots by dragging them from the construction menu queue. Okay, individual F keys. Handcrafting tab produces base resources one at a time. Every device, like a smelter, can open its own recipe menu to enable newly unlocked recipes. You can limit the number of crafted elements and automatically disable the recipes by setting the number of repeats. There are multiple ways to speed up construction. Depending on the type of element, you can construct multiple elements by dragging them on the floor up into the sky. Some can go vertically. Example cables. Why is that EX rather than EG? But some only horizontally. Conveyor belts. Construction costs. Construction can cost nothing if you use recyclables, deconstruction. Removing objects is quick and simple. There are two ways to remove objects. Single click right mouse button to remove single instances currently hovered. All select. Select objects using left mouse button, then remove using delete. Each removed object gives you recyclable, which can be placed back. It's a great way to move objects from one place to another. Bulk changes. The many types of R rotates all selected objects. U upgrade selected devices. Copy and paste is just C and V. Pick object middle mouse button or Q. Thank you for using the standards that Factorio uses. Blueprints. Use B to auto-create blueprints from currently selected objects. Map provides information surrounding space. These are all our individual resources. I feel like you broke. You were supposed to tell me to do something else. I imagine it was do research. Since we're not going to make any progress without that. Electricity is at the heart of many devices. They work as long as there's enough electricity for them in the network. If they cannot produce or consume, they signal problems with the lightning bolt symbol. Now let's build a carbon reactor. It's the simplest device that uses carbon for electricity production. Okay. Electricity comes out the back, carbon goes in the front. To activate a carbon reactor, press modify the E key and simply put carbon through the deposit item menu. To provide electricity to devices, you will need an electric cable made out of copper wire. You can handcraft them directly from your inventory. You've made it. Keep advancing, I'll tell you more. So yeah, we can't do anything with this at the minute because we do not have a device to connect it to. Asteroid catching, smelting, grapple hook. Let's go with asteroid catching to smelting, I assume. Asteroid catcher is an efficient way to attract and process asteroids. Okay, you can output in 2 different directions. Can I build 2 of these? I can only build 1 of them at the moment. Not going to bother telling me to connect it up. Let's F again to... How do we process? We've caught it. Player inventory. I think we just released it. Oh no, it is processing it. What's it doing with the resources then? I don't think it's given the resources to me. Oh, they're in here. What's quick transfer? Control left click, not shift left click? I can't change the key binding settings. I'll have to restart the game again. We'll live with it for now. Okay. Build a smelter to automate bar production. Can I mirror this? I don't want to rotate it, I want to mirror it. Because I want the power to be on the other side. I don't think we have enough iron. We don't. We need to go get some more iron. Rotate right, rotate left, modify, copy properties, remove. We cannot rotate it. So, oh, we can move it. Okay, that's a little silly. There's a bunch of key. Wrong one, still. Here we go. Key information over there, but that's related to what I'm looking at rather than the fact that I have this in my hand. So I was going over to there to look first, like, how do I mirror this? But no, it's bottom middle to mirror this. Which is that. Right, not enough resources. We need more. That's ice. That's carbon. All this. Although this is mostly copper, despite looking like an iron asteroid. If I catch an asteroid with this, does it tell me... We can still see what it's made of from here. All of these are copper, or... There is not an iron asteroid nearby. That is material we don't have, so we'll let that process while we find an iron asteroid. That's got iron in it. It's copper, it's ice and carbon. It's got a bunch of iron in it. Oh, that doesn't fully refresh. Okay, we were putting this about here, weren't we? We can move it later. Oh, that's off screen. It's there. Can't move it. That is a more efficient way to produce bars, though. You have ore, you have power. Can you not daisy chain like this? Why do you not have power? That's because that's not where the power goes in, but I don't think that's where the power goes in. How do I multi-select these? There we go. Okay. Let's get some basic automation going. We have enough logistics, we do. And you have nothing to say about logistics. Figure out how to work this out, or work these on our own. Paths, conveyor belts. Okay, so slightly different variants. I assume that's a faster one. So left click transfers one, control click transfers all. Can you figure out once this is done? Good. Also asteroid catcher. Drills, gantry drills, mine. Storage container, since we have access to it. Don't suppose... Logistics. Conveyor belts and transport belts create logistic systems. Resources follow the movement direction unless you define a new behavior using logic blocks. Blockers. This block prevents blocks specific resources. Why would you ever want a blocker? Blocker is basically you buggered up. It's just going to jam the entire system until you pick it up. Filters allow specific resources to pass. Isn't that just the same as a blocker? Just a whitelist versus a blacklist? Pushers push the selected resource to a different direction. Distributors distribute resources in any direction. So I can't see why you would ever want to use blockers or filters. Because they would just result in the system getting blocked and clogged and require you to manually sort them. They seem like they would cause more problems than they would solve. Huh. Does give us storage containers, but we haven't got any kind of filters of anything. Early science generated in the laboratory. Copper plates, hands, constructions. Cosmic harpoon. Tracks small planetoids and docks planets and stations. Grappling hook pulls you towards hook target. Activated through the radial menu. We may as well. If unlocked your first tool, access pickaxe and grappling menus by pressing X. Look around, there are small islands with useful resources. Use your new tools to pull yourself to the planetoids. Active tools, minings, passive tools, utility tools. Grappling hooks. Selector, I assume. Mine axe. Passive tools, stabilizer, grab boots. You can pull us pretty far. So there's a small amount of copper here. I feel like we get more of it by using... Ah, no, these individual rocks have copper on them. I'm going to mine them by hand. I feel like we want drilling for this. Yeah, I feel like we want this and this. So let's do a bit more mining ourselves. Enough. It's enough for these. We need another couple more though. Where's an ice asteroid? Okay, first things first. Place the harpoon connector on the edge of the space station. It will snap to... well, it will snap to the green arrow. Q. Now the harpoon and attract the planetoids around you. Okay. Select. Let's delete it for a second. Oh, this one can't be mirrored. That's annoying because, again, that means I can only connect power to it on one side. And I'd very much prefer to have it powered by the other side, you know, where the power is. Put it there then. Undocked, docked, harpoon. Build another connection on the planetoid to dock it and be able to convey mined resources. I feel like the field of view in the in here is significantly lower than it should be. Yeah. Oh, that felt claustrophobic. We can probably fix that by using the other way of fixing it, the aspect ratio thing. It's going to depend upon how often there's cutscenes, because it will mean we'd have to save and reload every time there's a cutscene. I'll have to update specific details that I've put down. So yeah. Save. Let's just Alt F4 out. Set that back to 100. Come back to here. Put that back in place. Save that. Reload. Okay, now if we hop in here, that's better. So yeah, they have a FoV command, or an FoV setting, but that thing and that thing do not respect it. Let me make a note for something I need to do later. Update Discord and YouTube description with aspect ratio fix and the problems with it. That's going to be the start of this video, or the start of this stream, incorrect. So now I also have to add so I'll have to add that to the description as well. Okay, we were I think I can dock with that from here. I can inch it closer. How do I dock it then? Dock to another connector. Bravo, you've learnt a lot here. Now process the colony development. That gives us access to copper, which allows us to get that. Construct a drill on the planetoid, use the pickaxe one to shape the train, and get enough flat tile surface. How do I undo that? Fill. Not enough dirt. So we didn't get any dirt from that. Well, let's see whether or not this is small enough. Q, mining, drill. Let's have a look at it. We can get a couple of them here. stone blocks. Can I use them? Farming, mining, blocks. Nope, I think it just counts as stone. Okay. Now these are docked, I wonder if power gets transferred between them. I think I'm going to have to change those keys. How do we get back to the selector? I kind of want that to be a push and hold. Now that we've done this, we can mess around with this a bit more without being too worried. Don't show new unlock markers. My scaling is fine. Autosave count, autosave minutes. Field of view. Disable cosmic events. No, there's no setting for it. I would like that wheel to be press and hold, not tap. Pickaxe, axe, grappling hook, scanner, hand drill. Bucket terrain. Creature capsule, laser drill. Yeah, we'll just have to try and get used to using this menu. I don't particularly like that it's that way. Oh, that one is still Alt. Can we mirror this one? Again, this is not one that we can mirror. Had a carbon reactor next to the drill to start mining the ground. Why do that when I can probably pull the power through this? And if I can't, then I am very, very disappointed in the developers. We do need to get some more oxygen in a minute. It's all our copper gone. Wait, mine 3 dirt. Aren't we mining copper? Yeah, this is copper. This is not a dirt planetoid. You didn't tell me to grab a dirt planetoid, you just told me to grab a planetoid. Okay. consumption, total production, harpoon power. There we go. Next type. Need more copper wire. Let's pick up all of this stuff. And we'll pick up the wiring while we're at it. Let's move utilities. Stay here. Whoops. Okay, and we are out of copper again. Can I put... I imagine this has to be on the ground. Let's drop this here for a second. Oops, I did not mean to make that many of them. Can I pick up off of a belt? I can, just not on one of these. So I think it always extracts free dirt first for some reason. Okay, we need more of these. At least we will do. Can I power these down temporarily? Comes from 24. These need 3 apiece, so we set this to 6. Consumption 6, production 10, 60%. This is incorrect. Right, because those aren't running. They don't consume power unless they're doing something. Good to know. Okay. Where do we get filters? Logistics box are there, which we can now get. Tutorial for them? Nope. Okay, that's fine. Transport pipes. Timed pusher, push specific resources, filter, splitter. So the only thing we really need is this. About a blacklist. If not, we can do this slightly differently. Oh good, we can place these down even without belts. That's a nice thing. That's the wrong way round. This one and this one. Where is it? Alright, it's a device. Okay, I could see a reason for blockers now. It depends upon how much or how many resources can get stashed in here. I'll be short on both. Still got 10 ice. We may need to grab some more carbon. Should now have the material to put this back. There we go. Carbon asteroids. thing we don't have yet is a splitter. I don't think we did. Yeah, no. Where do we get... And inventory... Box select tool... That's where splitter is. I don't think these throttle. With everything running, I don't think we're generating enough power. Helps if we actually set the recipes up. Honk. Some iron deposits in this one. Got some ice deposits on there, which might mean there's one nearish by that has carbon on it. Yep, here's our carbon deposits. $20, we can afford that, let's just grab that. Floor tiles, walls, icebreaker converts ice into water, water cell, water transport, hydrogen generator. I'm assuming that's better than carbon. Engines. I dump my spare copper into here? I can, good. Right. For a laboratory in order to discover advanced technologies. What was the research thing? Needs one of each type of ingot. Can I add things that I don't currently have the ability to make? Yes. We need more iron than we have. That is carbon and iron. Oh, both can run at the same time, so we can probably set this up for double copper. Ah. Okay. Hydrogen tank, hydrogen generator. I think that's just going to make hydrogen, not that it is a power supply that uses hydrogen. Is there only 3 lines? Hydration. System for connecting space colonies and planetoids together to each other. It is required for astronaut arrival. Oxygen generator produces oxygen. Hydration. Where's our next power supply upgrade? I imagine it's got to be solar panels. Basic warehouse, copper plates, transport request, robotic assemblers, cube, foundation, and drill, human migration, oxygen barrier. Energy transmission. Advanced manufacturing. So pilots. No, there's accumulators. Soaring, metallurgy. I feel like there's got to be more than one tech tree. This tech tree doesn't seem particularly large, and for the life of me, I can't see solar panels in here anywhere. Or any... Oh, there's solar panels. So we found solar panels, at least. Is that really the only options for energy generation? Carbon reactors. Okay, there was a nuclear reactor later. Energy transmitter, energy receiver. So yeah, we're just going to need carbon for the time being. For a long time we're going to need carbon, which is fine, I guess. Okay. Generate engineering science points. We'll have to load it manually. Is it just 1 per 2? So this is going to generate us 4. Yeah, it's 1 to 1. Still got a decent amount left in there. Is that really all the iron we got from all of that? Can I fit another one of these here? I don't think I can. I think I need more tiles, more floor space or something. So for that we need actually construction. So we do need a few more bits of research. Eight more. You've unlocked floors. Use them to enlarge your station by constructing them on the edge. I imagine there's a limit to how far out on the edge we can put floors. There, we'll count it as valid. Okay, we're going to have to disassemble all of this and figure out a better plan eventually. For now, let's get the materials we need to get the iron asteroid down here. It's more carbon. It's got copper in it, which is not what we need at the minute. Oh, yeah, power. Of course, power. This is pointing in the right direction. I want that thing. I appreciate that this has grabbed me in its gravity well and it's pulling me along with it. That's nice. Okay. 1, 2.
Warning, electric storm incoming.
We successfully survived an electric storm. It wasn't exactly hard to dodge. Picked this up because I thought I would need it, but no. Craft as many as we can. Any carbon to spare? Mind me, where are splitters? They're not too far down. Which did we run out of? We did run out of these. It's iron, not carbon. We can use this to store this as well, and we can set well, it's been in access for 3 years, but it came out on Tuesday. Can I limit this? Items to craft once. I can craft 5 times. That's going to be a problem. We're only having 1 output. Oh, I am new to the game, yes. You really do need splitters. Is there a way that I can sort this short term? Not really. Let's just... use this as a storage and manually load it until we have the ability to do this properly. Input stack limit, output stack limits. Yeah, that does block. So if you're using this to feed off, we would need a splitter. Preferably a priority splitter. Don't know if that's even going to be a thing. Did we queue up the research we was after? I want to get to this. I get the feeling I need to do this first. Yeah, okay. Annoying, but we can work with that then. Can we queue up multiple? No, we can only queue up 1 at a time. Let's do the other thing you're asking me to do. Heavy architectural speech can be customized. Duplicate a theme, construct a menu. Duplicate a theme in the construction menu to create a personalized floor. Okay. Robots will automate your space station. Construct a robot assembler now. Nice. Select those to build. A bit big as well. I'm absolutely going to need to make this a lot larger. Let's finish this bit first. You are 5 wide, 5 wide. Okay, missing iron. After. Oh, yeah, these can queue up. I could actually use some more ice as well. Ticking away. Select tool. Transport bots. Okay, let's have a look at these then. Paths, logistics blocks, pusher, timed pusher, splitter. Okay, that's how you can filter off at least. That's slightly more complicated than I'm used to, but we can work with that. Conveyor joint. Farmland. Bigger drill, mine. Docking station, advanced docking station, control panel, hangar. Light fabricator, thrusters. Data thrusters. Okay, we have the materials for that. How big are you? You have an input and an output slot. You can double, or they have two production slots, and at the minute I just have them set producing one at each, which they're more than keeping up with the current mines. Although, did I not send 6 power over? I am sending 6 power over. We forgot to reload this. This is why we need the splitters. And that's almost out of carbon as well. And that has jammed. Can I have that? Can I pick it up? I don't want to delete it, I just want to pick it up. I delete that. Okay, that does go into my inventory. We can fix this by pulling that out of there. Is that 1-to-1? That's 1-to-1. Burn a bunch of it. Our inventory doing stuff. Right, I need to... Yeah, okay. Needs a splitter eventually, but how can I do this? Let's just do it this way. Carbon asteroids. Oops. Please have a look at the tags that are underneath the live stream. The ice asteroid, never mind. Okay, let's place this and have a look at it, see what it does. Transport bot is the only way to deliver goods to devices without conveyor belts like canteens. Need an actual hydrogen tank? I thought that was part of this recipe. Why isn't that a requirement then? If it's useless without having access to this. This game is making some strange decisions. Some carbon in it. There's a carbon planetoid nearby that I should grab. I just don't know whether to attach it yet. Suppose I can attach it there. Where was it? That's the ice one. That's the carbon one. Ah, it's out of range of me, but is it out of range of... Ah, no, that's the carbon one. Still got the problem that we can't split. So we're still going to need to manually load it. There's no way around that. How much have we produced? Research. Let's make another 15. I find it very weird that basic splitters are so far down the tech tree. You can't really set up any kind of automation without them. Particularly given that the fact the mines are over here. Because that means they come out of one belt and then you can just shunt them on. But that's all resources go that way unless there's a... Yeah, pushed resources. So it just pushes all of them onto one particular belt. It is a very strange decision that it's here. And not sooner. Well, we'll progress the way it wants us to. Can't produce a transport bot without... That's a good point. What happens... What's R? Alright. So you do remember all of the ones that you are technically trying to teach me about. Construct custom floor. Not counted as a custom floor? Oh wait, yeah, we didn't drag it onto here. So we select that. There's our custom one. There we go. Okay, so we can cycle between those. How are we supposed to do any kind of power system that doesn't require manually feeding without splitters? Blockers, filters. Filter the way for specific resources. Push specific or specified resources on a transport pipe. I don't understand the purpose of that. Why would you use those rather than these? The only thing it does is blocks the belt, surely. Specifies resources to enter. I mean, if splitters can't be filtered, I could see a use for this. It's like belts themselves can be split. The only use I can see for that is if we had a splitter here, then we could filter what goes which way by using these or by using blockers. But we don't get splitters till later, and it gives these immediately. And the only thing these are going to do is jam the belt. The second something that can't go through it arrives at it, it will just jam the belt. It makes no sense. Which makes me think I'm missing something rather than the developers are just doing something very strange. Okay, let's grab a couple more carbon asteroids and then actually get the carbon mine. Grab a nice asteroid. Why not grab a couple? And find another one. What's in this area? Find the carbon one. Let me actually reconnect this. That was not the direction I was drawing that. Oh, I see. That's annoying. If I've set it that way and then drawn a line, it should keep the way that I set it initially. Okay. Okay, Carbon Asteroid is... I want to say that one? No, it's that one. What's that one then? That one is too far away. Yeah, that's the carbon one. Same direction, just downward. No, can't reach it from here. How can I pull that over to this side? Because I don't really want to route the carbon all the way around the houses. Walls are a thing. If I build walls, can I build walls then a floor? Can I use this to go up even though we don't have any kind of foundations? Might be possible. Right, what if we go along here like this? This does work. Now you're in the way. Hey, wake up again. Come over here. Right, go to sleep. Okay, now we can collect the setback then. that side. This wants to go here. Can I run a second belt across? So we can run a second belt across. That makes things a little bit easier. At least until we have access to splitters. I suppose I can change the direction of that now. That'd be too convenient. That still works. We are going to need a couple of these just to shunt off anything that isn't carbon. Why is there just not a whitelist function, whitelist blacklist function? This is a very strange way to do this. Rocks and dirt, I think. Oh, we actually ran out of cable. Maybe that's better. Damn it. And I thought this was going to work. It looks like it should. Nope. You are absolutely limited to one belt, which is a pain in the arse because you absolutely need more than one carbon generator. If I remove the filter from that, I assume that just feeds across all of it, yeah. Just trying to think if there's another way I can do this. Because even 2 of these isn't currently enough to keep up with everything running now. We need 3. Without splitters? Oh no, I can see how we can do this. We just need to move the power generation itself. So, we remove this. Get rid of that, and that. My brain doesn't like doing this way because this is non-centralized and I like centralized systems. And to a point, we can probably just load it directly in here. It's not going to get that much extra random rubbish. We do need to change this. This isn't going power that way anymore. We're now sending power this way. 20 of it. Actually, no, not quite 20 of it, because we need 6 of it there. There we go. That is a solution. If these behave the same way as others, then if they do get dirt, the dirt should just go in there and stay in there. And then I don't need to worry about it. Okay. Now we have a temporary solution for power. Let's have a look. Cosmic Harpoons is the first docking device which is capable of tracking nearby planetoids. It can dock planetoids, or planets, but does not support bots and human migration. It can attract nearby planetoids, can dock stations and planets to each other, can transfer resources and a little electricity. Can't call astronauts or transfer blocks. Transfer bots. Transfer bots will move resources from one device to another. By default, they are designed to deliver food to the canteen. You can define, so they walk along the ground, do they? And they can... So we're meant to be using these. You can see it working here. You can define requested resources for each device in the deposit menu. They will appear in the device list under the device inventory. So this is how you do splitters. Load things into one thing and then use bots to transport it, not belts. Blueprints are created in the Blueprints Designer. It's possible to speed up the building process to design new buildings by selecting existing worlds. Objects with then pressing B. Okay, yeah. Right. Water. There's our ice island, at least I believe so. Nope, this is iron. The island itself might be made of ice. Planetoid 4, iron deposits. It's an icy planetoid. It's a lot further away than it seems. Or it's a lot bigger than it seems. Or maybe both. Okay, no, that's still just dirt. As is the underside. Okay. So for ice, we do just need to grab these. Okay. With the newly destroyed water technology, you can start collecting water, build an ice breaker to process ice. I need to figure out what the key is for the selector. Water cell contains stored water. Okay, so with no filter on it, that can still go through. With a filter on it, that blocks it. I wonder if that's how you're supposed to do it with these. So long as this is right up against a machine, it won't insert unless the thing can go in there. Well, no, because if it can't go in there, it just goes into an output slot. So it would still shove everything inside, so that wouldn't work either. Okay, ice goes that way. Oh, that's not too big. I was expecting this to be a bit bigger. I wonder if that'll work. Store water in water cells and remember to connect them with water pipes. I'm going to move that. Do we actually have access to water pipes yet? No, that's the next technology. Which we can now make. Okay. Water cell. Pipe. And that. Rotate it. Probably not where it is because that'll be in the way. Just wondering if this is possible. If I remove that for a second. Now will you rotate? No, because you're slightly... Oops, too big. Good, that will work.
Warning, electric storm incoming.
Okay, so we can put this back down. I don't want to sit this temporarily. Let's just sit at the other side of this for now. be a better way of doing this later. Right, power. That's not how that's supposed to connect. Given we're not stockpiling it. Okay. Getting water. Okay, hydrogen generator is the next thing. And then that'll let us get robots. And robots will allow us to automate things better. Hopefully. We shall see. Base warehouse. You can store your resources here and use them directly when constructing. Okay. So that is where we want to be getting automation sorted out then. The iron is gone. The copper is gone. Not what I was trying to do. If there's any point in actually keeping the planetoids around. Okay, it only actually uses as much power as is needed. I was worried that these things run constantly, and they don't. These ones run constantly, but only because that's being or having power pumped to here. And this doesn't care how much power it's using, it just sends the power over. What does it? Why is this one paused and that one hasn't? Is it because there's no generation here? I think it's because there's no generation here. Interesting. A little annoying, but interesting. Okay, what happens? Destruct. Undock. Which is which? Oh! Why is that line construction? That's belts. Belt construction. Belt 1, belt 2. These are called belts, right? They're conveyor belts. What? I'm guessing the developer isn't English. Okay. So we can do what we wanted to do over there. What we do is we deconstruct the second belt and it's in. Now we have 2 belts. Okay, let's just remove both of these. Connect that. Bring the carbon over. We put something else there now. Fine, we can figure out a different way of doing this. I have multiple stacks of dirt. Where did we get quartz from, I wonder? Okay. We could just dig up the entire islands to destroy them, to get them out of the way. It'll take a little while. How long would it actually take? It does take a little while, but it doesn't take too long. It's a manageable amount of time. Oh, this is also giving us some quartz. mean, we could have just used the mines, but that's going to be as much of a faff. Okay. Let's continue on with this bit. We need hydrogen. Use a hydrogen generator to transform carbon and water into hydrogen. Hydrogen generator, oxygen generator. No gas tanks? Oxygen barrier, oxygen hub. Water cell. Pipe. Apparently, no gas generation. Okay, at least this one can be mirrored. Let's put this here. Oh, it comes out as a box. It is apparently a solid item. How high do we have to go to be over the top of the buildings? Yeah. We do now need to send over 6 power to these. And this one is running and the other one isn't. Because it's not connected at the minute. Okay, so if there's no power draw, it pauses, but it doesn't throttle. And this is where we request resources. So that does kind of explain why you would need... Where are they? These ones. Inventory sensors and deciders. It's 6 and 1. How much do we need for... We haven't got them placed devices. Drop you here just for the sake of having you somewhere. Yeah. 2, so... 10. You're now ready to discover planets. Check the space map M and start moving using the electric thrusters, which we do not have access to yet. It's all very well telling me to do that when I don't actually have access to the technology to do it, because it's the technology that's after the one that you just gave me a tutorial for. Engines is the next one. Can I bring this planetoid with me, I wonder? We should probably pull that one down and get the iron from it. What happens if we try to dock? Try to dock that thing while that's in the way. What say you to this conundrum? Oh, you push it out the way. How convenient. Okay, how much research do we have, and how much do we need? Creates and extends the surface of the colony. It is treated as walkable space, same as floors. So we need another 20, ideally. So we need to split this into 40. And let's get 2 back. There's iron, right? Yeah. Okay, they got built. Where did they go? Here they are. They did just get outputted on the other side. Okay, you're full. You're full. Can they go underneath here? Can they theoretically deliver carbon to there? Max transport bots 3, max resources 10. Probably can't pull out of here. Okay, so that's how we do it in the short term. Maximum items to craft. Output stack limit. Okay, all the power systems running okay. I'm only getting 4. I thought I set you to 6. You're set to 6. You are not receiving any... No, you're full, that's fine. Okay. Direct that into there. That's how that happened. I actually didn't want to do that. Keep 10 in here at all times. This one, strictly speaking, doesn't need it, but it's going to get fed from other asteroids. Copy properties. Can you figure this out, I wonder? I set that to 10. Like where this only needs the 1. Huh? Okay. Value set. Oh, I see. So this is partially off screen. This isn't related to this. You set these and then you select one of these and it adds it up there. That's a very unintuitive way of doing it. At least it's not obvious that that's the way it wants to work. That's why this isn't working, because this one was initially set to unlimited. So we need to set this to 1 and 10. And then select carbon. And now it will do what it's supposed to do. Okay. There is power going through. Well, that doesn't look connected. It is connected, though. Okay, they can figure out how to insert into here. But I think I will move this, so we've not got anything coming in, so let's just grab it. We'll move this bit of the cable. Plonk this down here. We will let this one be loaded directly. Modify that to that. Paste the settings into there. There's room enough there for one more. It's not what I was trying to click. Is 4 enough to go over the top? I think so. They are all running when it's not necessary for them all to run, though. So they are indeed wasting power. That's fine. Okay. Now we have access to engines. Is there any particular way that engines need to work, or can they just go anywhere? Build thrusters to move your colony through space. Native control panel docking station, they just cost hydrogen. Although they do take or do require power. Electric thruster. Power thrust direction. Oh. So that can go basically these 4 directions. If we sit one on that end, that'll give us this thrust in those 2 directions. So we only really need 2 of them. I think, for all intent and purposes. Do I have to move myself manually, I wonder? Okay. The station, which is here. That has carbon deposits, iron deposits, gold deposits, titanium deposits. That has copper and iron deposits. Find yourself. So we are going to have to manually fly ourselves there. So first things first, we need to go up. Or first direction down to go up. Colony movement camera. Fly to connected thrusters with matching rotation. First direction. I'm not sure I would use the wording they've used here. Oh, we can move it. How many of these windows are actually movable? I wonder. So, thrust direction is not the direction of thrust, it's the direction of travel. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm just used to games where you're building ships and you thrust, or your thrusters point downwards if you want to go upwards. So we're not going to be able to use this thruster to get closer to that, but... Is that mine not working? Okay, no it is. They're just not particularly fast. There's actually some more carbon in there. This isn't actually showing the small planetoids we already have attached. Okay, yeah, these are only the bigger ones. Where's the other one? That was similar plane. It's the one we're heading towards. There it is. Yeah, okay, so it's slightly higher up. Move over to the other thruster. So that we can also start heading towards it. That's away from it. Well, think about expanding and actually building a bigger ship base station, whatever these are technically going to refer to as. Once we're over there. I might temporarily tear everything down to build a slightly bigger base or actual floor foundation. Okay. Okay, that's where we can get some iron and copper from. I'm going to get a better idea of what's inside there. Thrusters. Thrusters move your station through space. Each generated thrust adds up or cancels out. By default, each thrust pushes the ship forward. You can change the direction 180-degree range. Reverse movement requires differently rotated thrusters. Okay, so theoretically we only need thrusters in 2 different directions. One forward, one backwards. Because we can just not rotate them. Scanner is the next thing that we probably want to get access to. Oh, look, scanner. That wasn't what we was going to spend that on, but I'll take it. Utility tools, scans. I'm going to shunt all of these over one so that they can get the rest of it. Okay, what's the next thing that we need? Docking. System to connect Space Colony and planets together to each other. It is required for astronaut arrival. Need another 6 for automation. Another 10 after that for gold smelting. Now, since we have plenty, give another 50 on the go. It's a lot bigger than I was hoping it would be. They do fit for side by side, although they clip if you fit them that way. These do what I think they do. Yes, although we can only use them for iron plate. Can't even use them for copper plates. Even though we have the recipe for copper plates? Is it because I don't have any iron on us? No, we have the resources on us. How peculiar. Just delete this so that we can grab a small amount of ice back. Nah, because that would just continually run anyway. I was thinking about feeding this into a storage container. If there's a better way of picking stuff off the belt. I'll do for now. I think that's actually an ice asteroid, but never mind, it'll get processed one way or the other. Okay. Oh, I thought we could make copper plates from somewhere else. Ah, I see. Handcraft, automated crafting. Can't automatically craft wire yet. Needs a different kind of facility, it seems. It's the same as the handcrafting recipe. 6 apiece. I need a few more than what we told it to make. Okay, that's now full. If I delete that, will it automatically detach? I imagine it must do. Yeah, okay. Really, that thing wants to be connected on this side. How much water can you store internally? Because these look very full. These are full. Your internal store is full. Space Warehouse is a unique storage container extending your inventory and lets you use items directly for construction. Additional 2. Why do I feel like I'm now moving so much slower than I was previously? Is it just me? Feels like I'm moving slower. I don't know if I actually am. Okay, good. This thing does stockpile water once it's full. Or does it? No, I think it wastes it. Because this isn't running. These were already full. The internal buffer is full. Yeah, it's wasting water. Oh, that's shit. Okay. Let's go in and keep it up. Was there anything else we got from automation? The ability to make the iron rods. Is that something we can make here? No, that's... It didn't look like a handcrafted recipe. Technology automation. Made from those. Produced by... Oh! Okay. You make iron rods in a smelter. For reasons. And they get made from plates and carbon ore. That is very, very weird. The scanner tool full. When that passport can activate a wave which will discover all
Electric storm incoming.
Gives us a warning when that's coming, but it doesn't tell us when our oxygen is low. Which will discover all mine deposits near you. It shows information about each vein, number of resources available for mining. Advanced scanning provides information about terrain and resources, port, stone, ice. Okay, we need to refresh our cup of tea, so if I press escape, does it pause? Yes, okay. I'm going to get myself a fresh cup of tea. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. I will see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Let me just mute the in-game music. Unmute the game. Push that button and then that one. There we go. Right. Size small, landform hilly, shape donut terrain, mud. Lots of iron, lots of copper. No life, no actions. I would kind of like to get this finished and abandon this one as well. Let me speed this along a little. So we can detach this, get all of this iron processed, and then we'll see about rebuilding the entirety of the ship. Ship, station, whatever it is. I'll get a better drill unlocked soon. Tool for digging up planets and asteroids faster. Okay, yes. That helps. Because these drills really aren't fast at all. Why am I occasionally getting two? Hey, we also get access to advanced logistics. How many points do we have? 24. If we can get a few more points, we can grab this and this. I think that's what we'll do. We'll get this, 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 and this, and then tear down the factory. Maybe after we converted some resources, or got the factory to convert a bunch of resources for us. Okay. Can only mine the very top of it. And that this one, it won't even let me do that. There we go. Dirt over there, iron into here. Can I pick these up? If I remove it, do I just get the materials for it? I think so, yes. Actually, no, didn't I already have 4 honors? No, removing it just destroyed it. Because we didn't get the copper plates back. So don't remove them. Let's turn 2 of these offline for now. Yes, I know. We should, in fact, just build a warehouse and then build everything else around it. How big is this thing? It is a 4x4. Creates and extends the surface of the colony while creating a walkable space, same as floors. 1 to 3, 1 to 2. One to 1. It is ever so slightly more expensive than just a floor. Foundations are. Ah, we can't have the same recipe twice. That's annoying. Wonder why we get given gold processing there. Steel screws. Okay, 24. Let's grab that one. And then we need 2, 12, 32, 64 ingots of each type. We actually are very low on copper. A little bit of extra copper in. We might not need it for wire, but we'll see. Iron is the main thing. And we have plenty of that. You done running? 1 minute, because we just set you going again. We did build a second one, so... Where's the power? There's the power. Recycled floors can be used directly in any construction. Can I convert these back to their original resources? I don't think so. Well, hopefully that's what the warehouse will be for. You are taking longer than I was expecting you to. Okay. I didn't know that you can enlarge your station using foundations to provide walkable surface. Shapes like ramps and columns are a good way to build higher. Okay, I want to remove that. Bottom corner, foundation corner, foundation corner. Slightly different kinds of foundations. Cubes, and a whole bunch of other things. Cube custom. I really need to click every single one of these. There we go. No, just any one of them. Right, is there enough space there now? Ah, we need some rods. I suppose the lack of carbon is going to be the problem for making the rods. Lost track of it. There's another one down here though. Okay. That's not exactly a fast construction. Given how much you need of it to build foundations, that's going to take a bloody age. It's not because we're out of power, is it? Nope. Power's fine. But I have to push the button. For a game that's 1 or 1.0, there's so many little annoying things they've had 3 years to fix. So the thing that caused me to say that is something relatively trivial, but it's something that I'm surprised nobody has mentioned at some point. So if you shift left click this, you can't see this because it appears off screen. You get this nice little stack split thing. Why it's over here and not just popping up in the middle here, I don't know, but irrelevant. So what you would want to do is, okay, well, it's automatically put the text box or our cursor in the text box. All very well and good. We enter our number and hit return. That should just split the stack there and then. What else am I going to do? The only thing that I can do is change the number and submit it by pushing the button. So if I've changed the number and hit return, I want to submit it. It is a blindingly simple thing. So how no one has reported it is beyond me. And if it has been reported, why the fuck isn't it fixed? It's a really easy thing to implement. Because we know they're receiving the enter, because we can see that the not progress bar, the slider bar changes when I hit return. So they're reading the return. Why aren't they just then submitting the box? It's literally just a line of code. Go to here after that. Go to the function that this runs. And it has me concerned. Little things like that have me concerned. That this was possibly not fully baked when it was released. Because as I said, I can't imagine no one's reported that. Oh damn it, I put that there, but the problem is that now I can't put the thing that's supposed to go here. That's my bad. That's supposed to go there. And that's another annoying little thing. If I click this and I drag it into a specific slot, I don't want it merged with the existing items in the slots. It seems very arbitrary as to whether or not it's merging these things. Or it's pulling from the first ones, or the first ones rather than the last one. That's a fairly common problem. Outboard Station does the same thing. When you're building things, it builds things from the first slot rather than the last slot backwards. And the net result of that is you end up with two or multiple partially empty stacks. Okay, store items in here. How big is this thing? Nowhere near as big as it could be. Is that still going? That is still going. Doesn't make sense for me to store ore in there. I have figured out why you would want to use... Where are they? I still don't know why you would want to use blockers. Except to maybe temporarily stop things from going through a line. But I figured out why you'd want to use these. And it should probably just say this. You use these there when you want to filter the output of something that has multiple outputs. That is what that is useful for. That's the storage container. Let's just remove everything out of this storage container. Put it in here. Where possible. Keep that on us. Did that cancel? No, that consumed the stack when we told it to start building it. Actually, no, maybe it's building that from here. Let's have a look. 102. Okay, no, I think it consumed the entire stack. Because it doesn't appear to be pulling from here. For the size of this thing, it sure doesn't store much. This is 12 items. That's 18. So that's 1 by 3 by 1. This is 5 by 5 by 5. This stores 1 extra line of items. That's silly. Are there any upgrades later down that are not that I can see immediately. Okay, I need to put the library, what's it called? Back down again. Laboratory. Okay, we have how many? 0. We still need another 24, 48. 48 splits. Yank. Sort items by resource order. So this is sort button, transfer items to inventory, merge items. Okay. What happens when this becomes full? Why would you want to split these stacks either? Okay, that is storing ice. Okay, let's tear up some of the rest of this. We don't got the inventory, or we don't got the space in here to collect it all. Let's pick up this one first. Add items craft 5 times. Oh, I think I understand what that means. I thought that this was like a means to limit crafting, but no, it's add items from the inventory to craft it 5 times is what that means. I just misinterpreted it. Okay, so if we pick this up, then that's our inventory full. Now if we pick up something we don't have yet, what happened to that? Okay, it just adds another row. I wonder if that will add another row if it gets full. Reasonable thought. Maybe it isn't as limiting as I thought it was. Although... no, there is an absolute limit. Okay. The water I would like to put somewhere else before we do something with it, but now that we know we can just batch delete things and it will be fine. Okay, we can't remove this part of things yet. This thing was not built evenly. Yes, I know I can build foundations. What do you think I'm doing? I am prepping things. Use shapes to extend the height. There, I've extended the height. Not good enough. Doesn't want me to use that kind of shape to extend the height. There we go. Now it'll stop bothering me. You go to sleep here, where you're out the way. That you have gone to sleep there while you're out the way. Okay, it's a floor. Did they not have a corner piece? A square corner piece, that is. I'd definitely give them one thing. They have plenty of options. They haven't given us a way to connect those. That's very confusing. They build the default thing using these, but they don't give you a corner piece to connect them. I mean, the same thing's here. They've not even got a corner piece here. I don't think I placed that. No, it's the same all the way around. They just don't have corner pieces for these things. Which is particularly weird given that this thing exists. What's that supposed to connect to? I think that connects to these. Does that connect to these? Maybe, maybe not. No, that's the wrong type. I think that goes to that. That looks about right. There we go. We have one of them. We have one of these edge thingies whereby there is actually a connector piece. Unless I'm just missing the rest of them, but... Yep, I don't know. So maybe I just tear up the entire floor instead, so that we don't have to deal with those weird corner pieces. We won't even be able to use these on the edges either, because there's no good way to connect them. Okay, you done? You're done. Are you done? You're done. Okay, grab manufacturing and docking. And you do not have anything to say about any of this. Can I pick you up and move you? I don't really want to destroy you. We can rotate you. I'm worried if I remove the floor from underneath it, then it's going to fall. And resources are finite, which makes me not want to waste any. Does this work the way I think it does? If I remove this, the fluid gets yeeted into the system. What about fluid that's in here? No, that just gets voided, but everything else gets yeeted. Okay, so the pipes actually don't hold any liquid. They just give the appearance that they're holding liquid. Okay. Let's tear the whole thing down up to here on all sides. Same goes with this, and we'll find out shortly. What happens to bots that are standing on the top? You technically still have a leg on the platform. How far out can floor go? Looks like basically as far as it wants to. Okay, they stay. Did I get all of it? I think I got all of it, good. Okay, that brings everything down to this central cube. This central cube that is not actually square. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. By 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think these are, yeah, one big piece. Five by 3, 5 by 5. Let's have a look what we got. That glass are empty in the middle. I think that's technically empty in the middle. No, I don't like that. In that case, let's have these ones. In fact, Minor change in plan. If I bandbox the entire thing, would it replace the ones that are there, or just add the new ones? Just add the new ones. Okay, good. Okay, there's our central area. Yeah, I didn't think this would be able to figure out how to build itself. On the origin, custom cubes. Can I set a floor directly on top of these? What's that called? Actually, I don't really want a reflective metal. That's better. Metal Deco 4. That was not the way round that looked like it was. Duplicate custom. That way round. Where are you? There you are. How far after this is it? 2 after 1, 2. Is there any way to get that to work? I don't think there is. It's not like I can rotate this. I'll rather flip it. Okay, we straight up can't use corner pieces. The texture, or we can't use corner pieces if we're using anything other than a matte texture for it, because it would just never look right. So the outer ring of this needs to be something consistent. Or we could use the one that they actually have given us a edge piece for. Sun is now blinding me. I need to close the curtains in a second. I've built this high enough to get over the top of that. Yeah, okay, good. Although, will it work on all corners? Yep, it doesn't look out of place. Can look a little bit off here or there, but looks fine otherwise. Needs to be a bit darker than that. That one might work. That works. Where do we get access to stairs? Oh, we soon get access to automated catching. Well, that removes the need to have stairs then. Let me close the curtains before I forget and blind myself. Wasn't there a recycler somewhere? Device to recover parts are part of the resources from destroyed device floors and walls. Okay. So there is a recycler. How many spare floors do we still have? 400. How do we get you guys up there? I wonder. Let's experiment. If we were to... That is an option. Is that referring to these things? That there? It is. Okay, experimenting. If I throw this down here, and I go, hey, a random bot, come deliver this a carbon. That was a lot of carbon rather than one carbon. No one is making any kind of attempt to move. Vertical construction. Here's where we get stairs. Doesn't necessarily mean the bot can actually make it up here using stairs. So what I wanted to have up here was power generation and these things. Although we may not actually have the room. Ah, no, we could. We could, but I might expand it out a little bit more just so that we have a little bit more room. Because we do want to be able to get items inserted into these. These are 3x3, these are 3x3. So if they get moved out by 1... I'm going to move them out a bit more than 1 anyway. Oh. At what point did we make the mistake? Let's keep going until we find it. We made it here. Okay. Ooh, if I delete this, what happens to the floor in the middle? Because that no longer has a support. It doesn't care. It should care, it does not care. You only had 2 of those in storage. You're not sitting directly over the top of the beams, are you? Because I could do things with that if you're not. In fact, isn't there... Floor provides surface and defines an area where robots and asteroids can move. Ah. Why an offset hole? If this can't do what I'm hoping it can do, I'm going to be annoyed. Because otherwise, why does it exist? It can. Good. Good. I'm not the most happy with this floor. Make a perfectly good walkway, but we do have the same problem that this corner piece will not be quite right, no matter how we do this. Oh. All of the carbons in our inventory. We put a bunch of carbon in here. Let's try this again. And we put this here. And we tell a bot to bring one of this here. Will they attempt it? Okay, we'll attempt it. It's picked up and is telling me I can't reach that. Good. Okay. I wonder, can you climb walls? You're a spider bot. Can you climb walls? Because we have some spare walls. Let me give you a random wall to climb. Okay, we do need a random floor for you to climb on first. No, Spiderbot can't climb walls. We would need to give it a ladder. So, or not necessarily a ladder, a set of stairs. We can still get the ore, get extra carbon up here from elsewhere. We just need to belt it up. You gonna complain much about me even moving the things underneath you? Nope, but we will remove it for now. Useful to know that we can break the restrictions pretty easily. Okay. Get rid of that lot. This lot. That lot. Since this is a colony builder as much as it is a factory build, in fact it looks like it's more colony than factory, we may as well make things look proper and correct. Plus it helps get me used to the build system and the limitations therein. I imagine that's going to be used for stairs. One that looks like an interesting corner piece. Go with something like that if it was a little bit more dense. That looks like an interesting corner piece. It's the wrong colour, but I think we can do something about that. Oh. Gives a bit more control. Kinda wish I could pipette off this. I'm just gonna have to eyeball it. There's definitely a little bit more blue in this than everything else. Let's try that. The reflectiveness might be an issue. Compared to this. We would need to find something that's similar but more reflective. How far off is the colour again? Let's get nice and close so we can see them underneath here. I think Does need to be a little bit brighter. It just needs to be more brighter, but it doesn't really. Yeah. It's a more matte texture, so it doesn't look like it's made out of the same material as this. So that being the case, let's not attempt to make it look like the same material as this. Okay, that'll work. I just don't want it that color. It's not quite the right color, but I can't be bothered to convert the hexadecimal in my head to decimal. Okay, and then we want this one here. I don't think we can build one yet, but how big is one of these? I think if we're going to put that there, I would want to push it out further. One, two, three. So yep. Blocks the exit. That's kind of what I thought. Now here's a question. Can bots path on that? Nope, can't path on that either. So that takes resources down and into there. Order of operations error. Logic block filter, place that. Modify something that isn't in there at the minute. Can't select resources, max 5 reach or duplicates. Something that isn't gold isn't in there at the minute. There we go. Okay, good. That does do what I thought it does. Okay, you're up by 2. Over by 1. Up by 1. Although in this case we can actually go up by 2 here. And connect that over to here. Get rid of that. That there. Is there really no way to do that without it looking daft? I suppose the only way to do it would be that. How many more of those do we have? Got one more in here. Input stack limit. Keep 5 in them. Input stack limit is unlimited. Make sure that went through. Yep. Copy. Paste. Paste. My concern at the minute is more that we may not have the output. Sorry, not the output. The belts may not be fast enough once we actually start bringing in everything from everywhere. When is the next belt upgrade? I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't significantly further in the thing. There's pro belts. Transport tubes. To transport and distribute also vertically items between devices. Missing from all of this, how fast they are. Doesn't tell me items per minute. Okay, there's no reason not to build this last one. copy, paste, turn this off as well. Okay, let's make sure this bit works. There's definitely an area where we can't see. We can only shoot in that direction. Kind of wish I could point them on the corners. They are basically blind to this area here and that area there. Probably not going to be a problem in the long run. So yeah, that's jamming. Kind of makes sense. Astronauts. Astronauts will arrive to your station if you request them in the docking station. By default, they don't have any profession. Use schools to train them, to train them and study point where they can complete training. Use school to train them and study point where they can complete training. That is not a good sentence. They can only work if their needs are satisfied. Hunger, build canteens and dining tables, get food. Hydroponics, sleep. Create hibernation chambers so they can find rest, oxygen. Provide with oxygen barriers or use F to share 10% of your own. Comfort, increases the efficiency of astronauts. Can be attained with decorations. Okay, yeah, robots can go up and down stairs. This confirms it. Your first astronaut's food is hydroponics made from quartz. Space colonies and planets required. I'm assuming that means it has 5 belts. Use these for now. Yeah, we should have a whole bunch of... where are they? These in storage. Let's temporarily connect this to power. Okay, weird. That worked for a bit and then decided it didn't want to work. Okay, I'm going to bring this in by one. The actual base of the mine does need to be on solid ground. I think we can make solid ground here. It's just an awkward shape in general. Let's vibe this way. There's one piece here. I'm gonna get some dirt. I wonder, that's a reasonable question. Didn't think I could build out sideways. Is this still valid? No, I don't think that'll grab the top piece. I know where this wants to be. Any way to add to the side rather than add to the top? No, we have to add to the side, which means we have to do that.
Warning, electric storm incoming. Can use this to make stone blocks. Oh, we can actually convert it into quartz directly. I don't know if they can go far enough down. I wish that thing would stay up, or the scan would stay up for at least a second after. What I may actually do is send the quartz directly, or sorry, send some amount of carbon over.
And maybe have the processing done on that side. Okay, we can add extra lanes. I don't know if that's helpful here. Probably not with the amount of mines we currently have. Okay, how much power can we send over? 100 if we want to. To run all of those mines, it just needs 12. But there's also theoretically no reason why we can't turn them into ingots over there. Although converting it into ingots over here does mean that we have to we will have to words send more power over was not the thing. Disassemble more stuff. How do we have 310 foundations? We didn't... That seems too high for the amount of stuff we actually removed. I have just thought of a cunning plan. Cunning plan indeed. We can't filter the individual slots in here. But what we could do is we could put a container here pointing into there, and so long as we make sure at least one stack of everything that we want in this building is in this building, then the container itself will stock up everything else and feed the building when we use it. And I think what we will do now, uranium ore specifically is probably going to have its own process. Just gets converted into uranium rods in advanced smeltery by the looks of it. Yeah, so does the titanium. So titanium and uranium want to be separated from the others. So get rid of titanium. Remove that for now. That pillar is too big. You got a smaller pillar we can use? Pillar 5 meters, pillar 8 meters, pillar 4 meters. How about a 3 meter pillar? Can you do me a 3 meter pillar? With a column instead, then. Ah, we're out of those. 3 meter panel. Oh, we already have access to ramps. We'll still use a pillar here. Put this here temporarily so that we can... Can I put that far enough over? Yes. So I can make a few more of these. I want to split it into my inventory. I'll have to do it this way then. Or split it onto my cursor. Would have worked. Some going. Okay. One, two, three. I have a better piece that I could use for an edge here. Not that will go neatly all the way around. Maybe this one or this one. Nope. It's not the square texture. That one's no good. This one it is then. I wonder, can I... Nope. The properties are probably just the edges. You know, I think the very, very edge bits I will remove. I kind of want to be able to put up railings. Maybe walls have a kind of railing? Wall custom? It's a wall truss rather than railings. Wall hole, half wall. There's some railings. They only come in size 2 though. Which is a problem. Why size 2 and not size 1? Ah, they are in here, thank God. Or a version of. Again, questionable decision. Why is there... This tessellates with this, but these don't tessellate with anything. Stair handrail. What's the nearest thing to the stair handrail that we have? Some really questionable design decisions here. They have a perfectly good stair handrail, but they don't have a handrail that matches it. Oh, the other one. No, the other one just has a thicker base. Why? I do not understand. Diagonals? Diagonals. Okay, so we have to use one of these. I'll go with that one. Oh, these use copper. That's fine. We'll put them there for noting that's what we need to do. Now, we've realised that we could actually get a ramp to get up here, but I don't think we want to. And this is going to be where we are... be our foundry area. So resources come in this way. And we'll send them through back that way. Will be the plan. Okay, what was the thing that we was trying to build that we ran out of these for? Right, this. I wonder if there's anything that would actually go there. Probably not. It's fine, it looks like it's supported well enough on all sides. That looks like it's overhanging a little, but I'll live with it. Okay. We've got a little bit of a feel of this game. It took longer than it would have I would have expected to get a feel for it. But we have a feel for it. We have a rough idea what it wants us to do and how it expects us to play it. So, we will leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again tomorrow. Did I miss a letter in that? No, that's fine. We're back again tomorrow, and on Saturday we'll continue this. We'll see how much further we can get now that we have a better idea as to what we need to be doing. We can start expanding out, actually increasing our production automating, then we can start working on the resources we need to start getting astronauts on this station. But yeah, we'll leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back in tomorrow from 2 PM BST. So hopefully we will see you next time. Cheerio.